don't know what to say, but every day feels like the same to me. Recently feel like the same days on repeat. Don't know how it became, I've gotta say though that this ain't for me. Desperately, I need some kind of release. I don't care what in the form of, but I need it quick, yeah I need it strong. Something to take the edge off how I feel, cause I feel like I'm wasting all my time. I'm stuck in a daydream, and I've been this way ever since I was 18. Won't change me, I run till my feet hurt, but keep going deeper. I'm lost in a daydream, daydream, daydream. If I had my own way, I'd break away from all uncertainty. I'd do me, the fool that thinks a fool in me. Absolutely, I got blue eyes, but sometimes the red. I don't think that I'd have been, but when I fly, I lie inside my head. Feel the old me just fading away into the background and no one can see. I'm a prisoner inside my own brain, but I feel free. Why? I don't care what in the form of, but I need it quick, yeah I need it strong. Something to take the edge off how I feel, cause I feel like I'm wasting all my time. I'm stuck in a daydream, and I've been this way ever since I was 18. Won't change me, I run till my feet hurt, but keep going deeper. I'm lost in a daydream.
Hey guys, it's Dave from 3DP me again, and second stream of the day. And we're going to pick up where we left off. We have essentially assembled Milo back here, all the functional parts, but we're going to build the table now. So, for those of you who are not familiar, we got the manual up here. Oh, floating in the middle of the screen. Lovely. So we're going to build this section that sits underneath the y-axis. It's called the table, and that houses all of the electronics inside. Yeah, so let's just get stuck in. And hey guys, good to see people waiting in the room before we even get started. Always makes me feel like these are, you know, worth my time. Right. So, to start with, we need all three of the 80-20 extrusions, so the really wide, flat ones. Yeah, 80-20. Again, I'm utilising my flat build plate just to get things aligned as best I can before I get started. But it all generally matters a bit less for this part. It is pretty much just a housing and a nice stable base for Milo to sit on. Right, so okay, let's get. Let me know if the sound's too sensitive. The printer's running again. You know how it is. Last minute parts for possibly the electronic stuff if we get that far this evening. Right. So we need the front and rear skirts. So this little bit of the edge points to the outside, and the side extrusions slot into this, giving you a nice rigid assembly. So let's just pair them up. So we have the E-stop. This is a switch, so that'll be rear one. And then this is where the power socket goes in. So also a rear one. Voila. Front back. That's the hole for the E-stop. And we need some from the front. We need M5x12s. Get a couple of these out. I'm just going to move the keyboard out of the way. We can chat to you guys now. Don't need to type. Right. So got all three aligned. We're going to treat the bit I'm looking at this end as the front. It doesn't really matter until you start getting stuff assembled. So this LDO kit version, the baseline, doesn't use Linux CNC. Is there space for a Raspberry Pi? You could probably squeeze one in if you wanted to, but we'll have to see. Currently you can't run Linux CNC on the Fly CDY board that comes with it anyway, so you'd have to fit a different board in there. The FlexiHAL is quite compact, so you probably could fit it in. Oh god, yeah. I'm so glad every one of the fixated plates I've been given has come pre-tapped. LDO one's pre-tapped. Oh, it's worth every penny. I can't be there tapping stuff all day long. Far too lazy for that. Right. Oh, no. Too big. This one. Also, it's worth noting all the extrusions are pre-tapped in the LDO kit, which saves hours and hours of your time as well. Yeah, I'm gonna do each end of these first, and I'll go and backfill the middle one. Middle hole. Right, just like that. There. So when you do this, what you want to do is just make sure all three of them are aligned, so you don't want like a big ridge between the two here. I have a slight ridge between these two, so I'm just going to loosen them slightly. And try and get that sorted. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, tapping fixated, man. You can be there for a while. I know a lot of people have just tapped the holes they need at that point in time, but then you have to take it all the way back off the thing. If you've shimmed it flat, it's going to be a pain later on. It's worth doing it now. Right. So yes, I'm just going to fit in the other two screws in the front that I missed. I need to get a setup where I've got the screen for my chat like above the camera, above the main camera, so that I'm not constantly looking away. But the way my setup is, that would just have a screen sat basically in the middle of the home gym, like right in the middle of the lifting platform, which is where the camera sits when it's a streaming studio and not a home gym. Beer time? No beer for me today, just Coca-Cola, I'm afraid. It's actually Pepsi Max. you know, probably get told for brand awareness now. Right, cool. So that's the front done, and I'm pretty sure we just flip this around and do the back here. Careful when you lift that up, because at this point in time, the whole weight of each of these extrusions is just held by a few screws at the end. Have I been able to use Linux CNC with the Fly CDY? That is still on the pipeline for the future. I do now have two Fly CDYs, one for this kit and one for dev work, so that I don't have to mess with the working LDO kit once it's up and running, which is nice, because I'm expecting to have to basically maintain, you know, a working LDO kit so that we can test any issues or bugs and release tutorials and stuff on exactly the same hardware that you guys would be buying if you are going that route. Obviously, if you self-source, you can go whichever way you want. That's a whole different kettle of fish. Right, I think I've seen this bug already. The holes in the rear panels aren't as deep as the back ones, so you only get a tiny amount of thread bit through. I think we'll sort that. Is Millennium Machines official here? I don't think he is yet, but what's your question? You know, I'm on the design team. Me and Jake run Desktop Machine Shop together, so I might be able to help. I'm not sure if he's joining us again. He was here briefly earlier, but he's not been vocal on Discord for a little while, so I assume he's busy. Oh god, well, I can sort of answer that. So when I first started looking at the project, it was a version 1.4, and Jake had just posted some videos on the Reddit forum, on the subreddit. And my god, that must have been such a long time ago now. So when did COVID start? End of 2019? No, April 2020. 2020 was the first lockdown, wasn't it? So I had a Milo not long after that. So the end of that year, I got the Milo 1.5. And I think he'd been working on it since lockdown there, during that. If you look back on, so when that would be, so that would be, if we assume releases today, in 2024, you got, oh geez, yeah, you got about 3 years of kind of development between when version 1.5 sort of came out, like a lot of the basis of it were there, to today. Which seems mad, because it really doesn't feel that long ago. And then again, probably took me almost a year to build my Milo. I had stuff purchased before I moved into this house, just sitting in boxes at the old place, and then I moved house and, well, you know, life gets in the way. Took me a long time to get that one up and running. Hey Josh. Wait. Extrusion slidey time. So you need to be a bit careful here, because you don't want to snap these as you push it through. Just gonna skim a tiny bit off these, just where they're catching a tiny bit, because I want it to run through tightly, but not so tight I have to force it. Just going to take this off of the granite plate, just because that's going to make a lot of noise while I'm sliding this around. see why these are so tight. It's generally all over, isn't it? You do want, as I said, you do want to maintain quite a tight fit here, so I'm just going to try not to scrape too much off, and if you're doing this with a knife, do be careful. Keeper. Yeah. The little guy here, I'm not sure it's going to get into those edges, I'm afraid. It's just not the right shape. You know what I mean? What's that bit? Struggle to get in there. Just trying to take any little corners off that might be the bits that's causing us to get a bit tight. Going a bit deeper. There we go. Right. Still a little tight. Might just put you on mute for my little bit of hammering session. Yeah, I know we're still muted. I'm about to do another round of hammering. All I did there though was I was guiding this extrusion down with my fingers, holding it in place so it didn't move around too much and put force on here as I knocked it down, and it worked quite well. Right, can we hear me again? So, and then boom, so you get a lot of strength actually from the extrusion being held like that. Like, I've not bolted that in at all. And it's quite strong that way. The one thing it does do though is it does open like this. But we have a bit of a solution for that later on. Right. Right, so we have done the two side extrusions, making sure they're flush with the back and front, which we did, with the assistance of a trusty hammer. I thought I'd done all the heat inserts. There's always one part that you miss, isn't there? Right. Okay, so let's get some heat inserts into the bottoms here. So the point of these inserts being here is it allows you to essentially have an adjustable feet on the bottom. I don't actually have any feet for my Milos at the moment. I generally just don't like really printing in TPU. When it's more effort than it's worth, but I'm gonna just try and buy some nice feet, I think, at some point. Possibly the LDO kit was meant to come with some as well. I think that's on their list of things that got forgotten about. So inserts are a little bit too long for this bit. Yeah, man, how you doing? Okay. So one down. Yeah, in feet, you always forget about the feet, don't you? Everyone does it. Go on. Viewers, it's time for your viewing challenge. Find me a nice set of feet with M5 threads. Want some off-the-shelf tasty footsies? Don't take that in the wrong way. Want some nice machine feet? Two down. I've literally just today in the post received I've just received one of the vertical heatset insert presses from Vector 3D. So I'll need to do some other projects with a lot of heatset inserts soon. They arrived just a bit late for these ones, unfortunately. Yeah, man, how are you doing? Yeah, I definitely didn't get any shorter. So that's right. Let's just make a note of this on my thing. You're gonna print your feet in marble PLA. Yes, dude. Xscale, can you check if you've got any shorter inserts? I only have the M5 by 10.5 in my kit. This is a beta kit, so it was released a month or so before the other streamers, so I'm just a bit slow. I'm just checking the lengths. It might be that we need to just make those holes a fraction deeper in here. Yeah. Would you do me a favour and just pop a GitHub issue in for me? Xscale. Saves me forgetting to do it after. And just review the depth of the hole in the feet. GUI ABS. Lovely. Come on. Out we go. Right, there we go. It's back out the way. Blue juice. In the official, yeah, please. In the official replay. Put it down as like a CAD bug. Right. Okay, we have some feet. What's next? Yep, screw the feet onto the table. Shut. So, the feet are all the same. Well, mirrors of the same. But there isn't a front and back. At least not in this version. And it's M5 by 12 again. I moved my light source so that you guys get a better view from over that way. Like, it's not really dark in the front of my light, but now I can't see what I'm doing over here because the part blocks my light. Need more lights. Kind of forgot how quick this section of the build was. You know what would also be nice thinking about it? We should have these sections of the skirts like jigsaw together in the middle, so they attach together. All these fun things that you start thinking about again when you finally get around to building another one for the first time in ages. Yes, there is. This little guy. That does exactly that job, but it would be nice just because it would help keep that gap at the front. nice and snug. There is a reason it's 2 pieces. We like to try and keep all the pieces within the build volume of a like an Ender 3, just to try and, you know, with the assumption that that is kind of the baseline for printer bed sizes. We don't want to just make loads of huge parts that then can't be produced by, well, most people. Unless you've got big printers. And I think these 2 side to side are just over that 200 width. I think. Yeah, there you go. These are 235, so. Well, yeah, also it'd be fun to print a giant bit like that. You would have to have your enclosure temps nice, although arguably these parts don't really need to be in ABS. They're not going to get too hot, and structurally they're not loaded that heavy. It's just the weight of the mill. $600mm. Yeah, you'll probably be fine. You can probably fit that on. What printer have you got that's 600? It's bigger than all the rat rigs. Is it a hex? Not hex screwdriver, what it's called now. Oh, what printer is that? I don't know if there's an SDL though for it, but it'd be very easy for you to just take the 2 parts, take the step file of Fusion and just merge the 2 parts together, and then boom, you've got your Tron XY600. They're going up to a meter now. Jeez. Going for the big sizes there. I just don't have space for a meter. How big is the actual footprint of that printer? I know the rat rig, the V-cores, the 300 is like nearly 600 wide. I worry about those feet carrying that weight. So you say that, but I've got one over here. It has never had an issue. I don't have feet, but these little bits actually stick up past the flap, so it does actually sit on these bits, even though there's not actually feet. If you notice, they sit slightly under flush. Not much, but it's a little. Maybe it is sitting flat on the bed. I need to look. I want to I'm trying to get a coolant tray made to go underneath that whole casa. And I want it to have like standardized mounting points for Milos. So I'm probably going to end up printing feet that don't have the inserts in, that I can bolt straight through onto just like, I might run 2 extrusions front to back, so that it sits on those and then the tray sits underneath. But I haven't settled on a design yet. Any thoughts on the fill your extrusion with sand discussion? Honestly, I need to read the data to support it. I can see the logic, but I've just not committed the time to learning it. So if you're doing that, do you just mean sand, or do you mean sand mixed with epoxy? Because the last thing I want is loose sand falling out of every hole when I move this thing around. Keep going. Oh. Right. Pizzi's done. Boop. Okay. Where the two long C-beams ones are. Ah, well, instead of epoxy filling. I don't have the feet, so I can't attach feet that don't exist yet. I am actually going to, at least temporarily, pop that little beam in now, just to hold things together. When we get to the electronics section, I'll probably have to shuffle it around a little bit. That. Or do I attach this to Milo now, or do I just start loading everything in the bottom and make my life easier later on? That is the question. Nah, I'll just do it now. Epoxy sand fill the hole. Oh, yep. Yes, so we haven't actually seen, well, do you mean a solid 8080 or do you mean two 4080 C-beams? Because we couldn't find any open builds style 20 series 8080s when we had a quick look. Right, so these corner brackets are M5 by 8s. Over 10s, lost one. Valentina. Yeah, go on, Josh. See if Masumi's got them. I'd be curious to know. This is all interesting stuff for future dev work, so I'm pretty keen to find out about it. Because I do like the idea of combining them into one. At the moment, I don't see any downsides if they exist, other than possibly the cost and sourcing difficulty. But it wouldn't stop anyone from sourcing individuals. Yes, so they're talking about filling the inside of the vertical channels back here. Oh, you can't see me because I'm on the wrong view. They're talking about filling the inside channels back here of the Z column with sand and epoxy to add weight and mass to the machine and extra damping, which should, in theory, give you better quality cuts at the end of the day. Clean up the outside of that again. So all I'm doing here is lining up the ends of these brackets with there, and we're going to pop it in and support the stop it from tackling. For now, we're just going to find a random location near the middle, because I know that's roughly where it sits, and we will put it in the right place in a bit when I get the actual electronics manual open. And the reason why I'm stalling is I'm still printing the last bits for the electronics, so I don't want to get stuck into them too soon. Right. Yeah, epoxy filling anything is messy. It's the main reason I've not done it yet. Well, two reasons. One, kind of being on the dev team means that you end up taking apart the machine more often than you'd like. And the more things that are epoxied and fixed in place, the harder that becomes. It's bad enough with all the thread locker. Never mind epoxy everywhere. Side. Oh, way too much. I don't remember if I ever actually fitted this beam underneath my other one. I'm gonna have to go and look later. No, I never did the electronics underneath even from the start. I went straight into Kata. So right. Okay, it's just a bit more structurally sound now. Much better. Okay. So we now need to get Milo and attach it on top. Stand up for this bit because heavy lifting is involved. Okay. Just scraping my lead screw across the my hand wheel across the front. Okay. Cool. So that's roughly what it's gonna look like. Stealth Milo. What is Kata? Sorry, Casa as in Mikasa. It is the home for Milo. And it's where my other one lives. Ta-da! The one that is mostly stealth but has the wrong colour feet on it. It was all black and blue, but it's slowly been made stealth as I swapped parts out. Right, so let's top of it. So what we need is, yeah, I am tempted to, but I need a scale, but I need these parts, unfortunately. I'll just have it sat on its back. It'll be okay. No wonder Google didn't have an answer. Yeah, it's on the sort of user mods repos. I know, I think it's got its own release actually, it's got its own repo. Right. We need 6 of these things. I keep all the bags about that size because they're super useful for organising minis when I'm printing them. Right. Yeah, you're right, Xscale. It does have its own repo, sorry. Can't get into my bag. You can build a whole CNC machine, but you can't open a little plastic bag. I'm gonna rage quit it in a minute and just cut it open. Nope. Aha! No plastic bag stopping me. Right. Just that. This is the downside of Stealth Milo. It is sucking up all the light, isn't it? A black hole. Alright, Scale, does Kata V2 have a place for the plaque on the outside of the machine? The enclosure. No one's ever going to see my plaque if it's tucked in the side. How's your build going, by the way? You were catching up with me earlier. You'd done the X and Y in super time. Right, so these brackets essentially go front, back, and one in the middle. It's not really rocket science. We finished populating the electronics bay. Cheeky. Right. So popping little T-nuts in at the back here. You know the usual drill. Get the part in, line it up. Realise you didn't put this down on the table in the right place at all. Let's wind this all the way back so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm officially ahead by a bit. Have you done all of the Z and everything then already? Is this going for a Milo and a day up build? Vibrating. Slowly. All the way to the back. Come on. I just need to tram my X a little later, or my Z a tiny bit. There's a fraction gap on one side but not the other. All that fun is yet to come. Z is done and mounted. Nice, dude, you're flying through. It's all this streaming malarkey slows things down, doesn't it? Right, let's just measure that because I won't get it right in the middle. There we are. 40. 160 long, so I need the middle to be about 23. Okay, bit too far. One side done. Just gonna get some of these loaded in. Don't want to basically lose their position while I'm messing around with the opposite side, but I'm not going to do them up too tight yet. Okay, so I'm assuming 8080 is base. Yeah, that's what I thought. We haven't seen any. Probably add more cost than it's worth, I think, to get a custom done. Even though it could probably do that with LDO now, but it would make self-sourcing a bit awkward. Everyone would have to self-sourcing would still have to go down the current route, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Move my bin bag. Oh god, blue juice. Right. Yeah, the advantage is just that cavity would be totally sealed except for the ends. Probably not going to get much benefit over the C channels. But these are the good ideas we want to think about for the future. What I'd love to see is you could get like 40 or 30 series extrusions for a good price in all of the C-beam shapes and stuff. You could make some really, like a big boy version of Milo. That would be cool. I know Rat Rig kind of did something similar with the Stronghold, but they, I think they've got some. I think they make their C-beams, or they've got some custom ones or something. I'm not sure. I can't remember what design they settled on in the end. Right. Rotate this around to get to the other side. And I can't wait to see 50, like, the speed people are able to build these kits now that they are a kit. We're gonna have so many serials, it's gonna be bonkers in the Discord, I think. One down. Let's measure. So we want it to be about 23 from the end. 23. Not my beautifully pink tape measure. It's my wife's from my wife's like DIY kit thing she had that her granddad got her for going to uni. Bless him. She's had it ever since. I don't know where mine is. Somewhere in the building. Tools for DIY. Right. So the table assembly is going to be done nice and quick, and this would be a very short stream for me if we just stuck there. So once these are in, what I think we're going to do is move on to the electronics and see how far we get through that. Hopefully, I'm kind of game for a long one, so maybe we'll get it done this evening. And then we can do firmware and first cuts another day. I love how many spare T-nuts we've got here. A bit obscene. It's a game changer. Honestly, so I've got a Stepcraft at work. If you look it up, M700. So it does have obviously a way bigger XY working area. It does have a bigger overall footprint, but not. Is it? Yeah, it is quite a lot bigger actually. A much bigger footprint as well, but it's so slow compared to Milo. It's got teeny little motors on the end, and just pathetic spindle. Gosh, this is just Milo can cut about twice as fast. It's nice. Right, do these up tight because we don't want Milo wandering around. Yes, it is affordable as well. There's not many things that come close in the same price range. Print NC. Probably the one, but it's nowhere near as accessible due to all of the cutting of steel beams required. I'm just going to see how. Oh no, we are good. I think there's just a small dent in one of my extrusions. Of error, it's like 6K. Oof. Yeah, doesn't it use its own kind of software as well? Well, I put loads of money into part of the. There's something that's not really required. Middle corners look. Oh yeah, they are. If you put the bed all the way to one side, you can just get to them. A little bit annoying from this point of view, in that it takes a few few turns to get it tightened because you can only do one width of turn. To be fair, an ATC is good, but like, I mean, if you really wanted to, you could add an APC spindle to Milo. It would cost you, what, £1,000? Double the cost of the machine, but still wouldn't bring you anywhere near £6,000 mark. Or €6,000 mark, was it? Dollars? 6,000 currencies. Right. Okay, where are we at now? So that's it. We are done. Cool. So let's flick through the manual. I'm not going to get the firmware done right now. We'll do that afterwards. I can drop that in and we'll do a whole session just on doing the firmware. Am I printing the LDO bracket? Yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm printing. I've got the bracket and the power supply mounts because I had the printed parts for the standard build of electronics. I'm going to skip installing the RepRap firmware because that is changing very, very soon how we do that. Oh, I've done my brackets the wrong way around. And then we're going to have a look at the electronics. So, okay, so you're not going to see much of the overhead view, but we should have a good view from over here. Boom! Not so bad. Right. Let's just go on in there and fix this bracket because the according to the diagram they should be upright. To be fair, this guy might be right. Probably should have just done that first, since I've still beat the printer to it. Fish these little guys out. To be fair, should probably suggest we do put a change in an order in the manual to do the populating of this before you flip it over. And they're 54, so we want 27 and 7, which I can't see. Right, we move a few of these things. Try and get a little bit more side on so we can. Yeah, so you can see and I don't have to lean over in front of the camera. Right. How did you get in there before? Right, let's check how long's left on the print. Oh, we still got like 30 layers left. ETA, oh, about 20 minutes. Okay, 25 minutes. It's not too bad if we believe the ETA. Find the ETA on my V0 is normally a bit optimistic. See. I wonder how the top-down view works with this as well. Not quite. Oh, there we go. Not bad. Not bad. We have 26 at the front. Just needs to shuffle up a little bit. Yes. Right. Nice and tight. Hold it together. Good, good. Okay. Let's check the manual. In fact, shall we pop the manual on this page as well? Or let's just change the camera for the manual. Capture source. Boom. Right. Order. Move down. Just get the delete the other one from the background. Boom. Cool, and we're going to put that over there because we don't need that side. Right. So we have 81% printing. We've got between 18 and 28 minutes left, depending on what you believe. That has a ton of hot pixels. What do you mean? You lost me. Right, anyway. That's attached. Manual, assembly. So, LDO do have their own wiring guide. Hello. Voila. The link's there. There will soon be a link in the regular electronics manual to that. Red pixels, where I can't see any on my screen. I am using a HDMI capture card. Maybe it's looking different for you guys. Let me have a look on YouTube. Let's see. We can have a bit of inception. Oh, God knows what this will be. Oh, it's me. Hello. Someone's showing me the red pixels. I can hear myself. Crazy. Right. I don't see them. Afterwards, if someone can send me some screenshots of it, and I'll have a look and see what's going on. Right. Left, middle, center. Can't see that on all my previews. I'd have to be zoomed right in on the big screen, I'm afraid. My little preview's in a small section. Right. Ooh, Wagyus. I haven't printed any Wagyus yet. I didn't see any Wagyus. They would probably be in the electronics kit though, should we do that? We get these out. Yeah, I'd have to see. It might be the HDMI capture card. I can always zoom in on the camera itself, can't I, to check. We'll have to see. Right. I mean, hopefully it's not there on the phone one. That's coming in a different method, so I wouldn't expect it to be. Right. So SD card we won't need right now. Okay, yes, the phone view is my above me view, and you've not seen them, which is good to know. So that little grommet, don't lose that. That's for the back of your plug. Some ferrules. Ah, there's my wagoos. Bagos. Actually German, aren't they? Right. Yeah. Okay, and then we have all the wires, which I think I'm going to put aside for now. Right, this is going to be a little bit higgledy-piggledy because I don't have all these bits printed yet. But we're going to... Yeah, typically the first three things I need aren't printed. Fun. I do have the main board bracket though. Boom. Right, we can get started on these. One thing I do like on Mellow is you always get a full set of connectors, which is super useful when later down the line you need to recrimp something. It's going to be so good to get all these boxes out of my my garage. Goodbye. Yeah, I made the mistake of forgetting how quick the table was to assemble and not planning for the electronics tonight. And now I'm fairly mad panic printing the electronics stuff because I only had the electronics for the standard build, not the LDO specific stuff. Well, okay, so we have the main board, doesn't need any heatset inserts. Position the board as shown. And then use the self-tapping screws to attach the board down. Sure. Let's do that. What are you touching? Which means I need the self-tapping M2x10s. Yeah, you'll find somewhere. Just buy the kit and make it work. I need to relocate all my screws from being underneath Milo. To be fair, this workshop was specifically built around being able to fit Casa back there and have anywhere to do any form of stream. And well, here we are. But it does lead to a slightly weird setup overall. Those are what they're doing to dodge you. Let this back down. Okay. Right. We need the... What do I need again? The M2x10s, self-tapping. M2.5. Big peanut. Rearranging everything, I messed up my order. 2.5 by 8. So insert. I feel like they've changed the size on me. Oh no. Oh yes. Right. We have different sizes here. Okay, well guys, when you do it with the LDO kit, the release ones you should have M2 by 10s, but I've got M2.5. And I can't see any others, so I'm pretty sure that these are the ones I'm going to have to use. And none came in that pack, did they? No. Fine. If these don't fit, then I've got some extras we can use. Okay. I'm just having a slight clash with these super long bits on the back of here. Oh, a load of messages. Not been catching up. Anyway, so I'm just having a bit of an issue with these little guys. Are sticking out a bit far. Just going to, I can't get that around. So I'm just going to nip those off with some snips. They're just sticking out further than they need to. When I remember where I put my snips. Right. That's better. Right. What's going on here? Careful with the audio electronic mounting. The pillars are pretty fragile. Going to reuse an extrusion mount to make a modified stealth press. Cool. Unrelated, but like it. I've got one in a box over there. Solid spine into a nice block of wood. Oh, very fancy. Right, come on then. 2, 4. Hopefully there's only one more set of tiny things needed. They gave us a little tiny screwdriver, didn't they? Let's cross. Flat head. Oh, it does fit there. We'll have a go with the tool I provided, but we may end up just using my own in a minute. Yeah, this goes. Fiddly. Yeah, okay, we're just going to use one of these. That's the correct. Who can spot my screwdriver? There it is. It's lined up. real far. Cool. Time to try and use the zoom feature. What was a lot of it? Right.
Cause you made everything okay. I can't believe I let you get away. Cause you made everything okay. I can't believe I let you get away.
Yeah. Just getting things screwed in. That blocking the SD card holder? No, don't think so. Yes, yes it is. Fun. We'll have to get that back off when we do the firmware, but that's okay. But it doesn't feel quite. Oh, it's not in. That's fine. Interesting. It does. It looks like the LDO version has a cutout. Let's add a cutout. Again? Wish I had to. This is what I get for having the printed parts being ready way before the official release. Where am I going? No, I can't get my zoom back to the right level. That'll do. Let's add a cutout. Seems sensible. Move to from here. Make a little notch to here. Because to be fair, I do not want to be taking this apart just to put a SD card in and out. I could probably do this with that Stanley knife, but this will be quicker. Yeah, we should probably adapt the stock part and just take their part. Stronger than you think sometimes, ABS, isn't it? Not exactly the prettiest thing I've ever seen, but scale. Would you mind doing me another bug report that we should change the one in the main repo to match LDO's one? Unless you think of a reason why we shouldn't. Nah, I'm just whittling. Right. Good man. Cool. I think that'll do. Should be able to get access to it now. Let's undo the mess I made. This future meets problem. Onto the workshop floor. Right. Okay. Take 2. The lovely little cutout. More holes to tap and the picture plate is ready to be installed. Ah, yes, fun, fun, fun. What? What's that? Oh, it's sitting flush there. Sitting flush here. One of the holes that's not actually for this board is getting in the way of it now. Yeah, we should definitely swap this one out. What was it? Yeah, so that's set there, which doesn't match this board layer. Yes. Go off you go. Oh guys, cut away from yourselves when doing stupid things. There we go. I think that hole is for one of the other fly board options. Cheers. It's much appreciated. Tighten that up. Okay. One board attached to the mounts. Boom. I'm not going to put the little antenna on now because those things are super fragile. I'll do that right at the end. Okay, emergency stop button. That is a stop button. Cool. What am I going to do with that? Right. So, this is going to go running on the assumption that could do a saying which way is front, which is back here, couldn't it? Where's the E-stop going? There we go. So that's the back where the power switch is going to go. So the board is going to be up on the top, mounted like this. This is where you can tell that I haven't really wired any of these with the wires under here before. So I need don't mount the wiring side of the E-stop before wiring. Yeah. Cool. So 2 T-nuts, and they're going to go on the bottom row here. This print must be close by now. This just wants to be kind of in the middle. Plenty of space each side. That's my thing gone. Can anyone see my pointy device? Nope. Disappeared. There it is. Found it. Okay, so don't wire the E-stop before installing. Good advice. Get these lined up. I'm going to go with a... I'll fix that reasonably thick, which means it will be the 10s. A lot of them left over. I move everything a few millimeters and I've lost where everything is. Right, I'm not actually gonna put any stuff on these. It shouldn't go anywhere. It says, right. Oh, nice. Right, now we need to mount this little guy down the middle. Voila. That's going to want the short 5x8s. Maybe even the 6s. What did the 6s get? I did say 2 of those, didn't I? Maybe those are 2, 3. Get a little bit of music back in my life. I muted myself, my speaker, so I couldn't. Oh, it doesn't even have the audio. What a shame. To be fair, compared to most 3D printer wirings, this is going to be relatively quick, which is nice. It's generally a bit simpler. See you, Josh. Have a nice evening or day, depending on where you are in the world. Right, do your usual tactic of lining things up. How many people do we have at the moment? Feels a bit quieter. 21. Yeah, a little bit quieter. Still good though. Ooh, need to slice the next file. Let's do that before I do this. So we were missing, weren't we, the Wagyu Vago mount, that one, and power supply ones. Let's get that done now. Oops. So that we can have them hopefully in time. There we go, STL. Perfect. Sorry guys. Anyone else want to shout at me any other LDO special printed parts that I might need right now? There's those two. Got that, got that. That's coming, they're coming. That's already printed. That exists. That's coming. That's all the same stuff. Cool. I think that is the only thing else that I need immediately printed. Good. Right. Back to the top. Where were we? Layout. Slice. Good news is the Vago Fargo bits won't take too long. Now the TV is turning off, it's all happening. Everything except for me actually building is what's happening. Right. Sorry guys. I was just getting into the swing of having nice prepared streams and then decided to go wild and do the wiring this evening. I don't remember printing these mounts. Oh, as soon as I stop, the print finishes. Of course it does. Oh, you guys can't even see into it. It's like a secret print. Voila. Toasty. The tiny little V0 production line can continue. Yeah, it's the V0. It's 120 by 120. It is a little baby of a printer. Upload and print. Okay, man. Let's do this. Good. Hopefully it'll do it before the bed cools too much. It's so low. Yeah. Do you? Well, keep an eye out if you're in the UK. We will be stocking V0 kits at Desktop Machine Shop when LDO has them back in stock. So probably end of March we'll be getting those. The parts that come off it look pretty good, to be fair. Hard to really complain about them. Mine's not been set up for speed, to be honest. I've not gone to the effort of like super tuning it for high speed ABS prints. Just my little reliable printer, and it sits so small on the corner of the desk, you know. If you're just doing one little part for prototyping, it's perfect. when you're wanting to do a whole build, it's a pain in the ass. Too many things. I printed my first rat book in Avino. Yep, so did I. Now I'm going to have a 300 set over there to replace the one that I gave to work, rat rig wise. Annoyingly, I'm gonna have to reassess my benchtop space. I think the 300 is gonna sit here. But I think it's too deep, so it might have to go that way. I'm not really sure yet. It's big. It's a lot bigger than you always expect it to be. Okay, placed that. Now we need the power supply. Now we've got the actual parts for it. Thomas, I've just added a little enclosure heater to my V0, and it's been so nice, so nice. Never have to worry about ABS bits warping. Nice big flat bits, just print lovely. So this is pretty sneaky. So this like clips in here. Ooh. Yeah, it does. Like that. Cool. And then the same on the other side. It's quite good prints. Probably should have printed these on the side in hindsight. I didn't look at orientating them. I've just gone wild and I've got an overhang there that's just printed okay, surprisingly. I probably should have failed. Right. So we have the mains coming in on this side and the 24 volt coming out that side, so we're going to be this way around. And see, my V0 never got that hot. It was actually fine indoors, to be fair, but printing out here in the garage over winter in the UK, it struggled a bit, and so that's why I actually got it for my resin printer. So I wouldn't necessarily buy the one that I've got right now. Why do you not line up hole wise? Missing something here? This bracket has the wrong hole spacing. What? Interesting. Well, we're going to attach it on one side and we will address that shortly. All that time waiting for these brackets and the wrong ones. Right. Yes, they are not cheap. The Quiddy ones are probably better value for money in terms of size. Don't quite know what's going on here. Let me just check the LDO printed parts guide quickly, because this little bad boy doesn't fit. Shut. Sorry, this is not advertising. I just know that there's a thing there. PSG bracket fits in the wall of the table. My version doesn't at the moment. It's got holes on both sides. One side has a hook. Not this version. I think this must be like the Casa version. This is the one that I printed. I think LDO need to correct the link. I think this is probably the Casa version. Yes. Yep, this is the one from last week in the printed parts thing. So I'll have to let the guys know that that's not working. Right, we're just going to attach one side and make it work. Okay. They also have a lot more. Oh, they haven't done it in the middle at all. You had a lot more space than it should do. Yeah. Do you want to do an issue on their GitHub? Put this up to here. A bit more like the layout they've got. Finding all the problems today. So that's the point before everyone else gets stuck in. I don't know if this was an accident or not, but this version of the cable thing perfectly allows you to turn an Allen key still in the gap. Okay. Right, for the purposes of doing this part of the stream, we're just going to get stuck in with it. Let's see. There it goes. I do also need longer, the longer bolts on the screws. Need the 10s for these. Also just going to quickly run the drill through them. It's just a little bit tight for my liking. Yeah, so I need to actually, I've got the Nevermore Micro printed for the V0. I need to just install it, but I've just been lazy for quite a while now, actually. $56 would be great. I've got the heater in there set to 50, and even that is it's working nicely. Okay. So we'll see what sort of knock-on impact not being able to attach this in properly right now has. In terms of rewiring, it's only going to be four bolts and a couple of wires, so I'm not too worried about that. Hopefully these bigger feet don't get in the way at all. Yeah, I'll drop a message after this in the LDO Discord chat that we've got going as well. As I suspect what they've gone to do is put bolts on both sides just to hold this more securely because there's plenty of space. But they've messed up they've got the spacing wrong of where those holes are, and it's not going to fit. Right, the Margo bit's mounting there. We need to mount the special little PCB. We have cable in, So that's going to end up going to one of the spindle bits. And we have a spare connector. Where'd my drink go? Oh, it probably is colder where you are in Canada. Once I've got... So this is sprinting just pure ABS at the moment, and it's having no problems at all. It's purely the... If you can get the chamber temperature hot enough, you should be good. Right, time to decide. I think this is the one with the bigger holes. Hey dude, nice to see new people joining in. Ooh, I don't think it's those. Right, where's this section in the manual? So it should be M3x8 machine screws. Interesting. And that picture is broken. Well, I've got some M3x8, so we may as well use them. Right. 3x6. Well, 3x8. Oh, I only have 3 though. Oh, that's fix it. What is this? Still left where you put my though. Planned on bolting a countertop to the wall, but I figured it'd talk to the neighbours from noise and vibration. Possibly. Depends what it goes into, I suppose. If it goes into the garage, they might not care too much, but if it goes into their living room or bedroom, they're not going to be happy with you. Guess it also depends on the wall, really. They look far too long for what's being required of them. Well, let's test one because it says M3x8, so have a look into here. Right. That's next level dedication. You're going to end up spending more on the soundproofing and making the garage nice than you will on the actual build. Okay, so the official lengths do work fine. They seem awfully long, but okay. HCS versions. But it would appear that I've lost one of these during the build. Oh. Yeah, I can't. So in my kitchen, you don't really hear it when I'm running Milo in the garage, but it does attach kind of diagonally. We've got a utility space right behind me, in between me and the kitchen. So you've got 2 doors worth of room, which is good. Cool. Okay, so I'm one short of the M3x8, so I'm just going to put a 6 in here. Definitely don't have any. I feel like some things have definitely changed in the bomb since I received this kit. Got a bit of a weird mix. But I'll do it then. Instead of one of these. What would be the min depth for a workbench / countertop to put Milo on? So basically the depth of Milo. Measure it. The depth isn't so much an issue, it's more the width. As long as you've got, yeah, 600 probably is the standard sort of width I'd expect. You can't really go any narrower because it'll hang over the front. Obviously deeper gives you a bit more space to work in front of the machine, but you don't really need it. Casa depth I think is being reduced in V2 to allow it to fit on more standard workbenches. This one is super deep at the moment. What do I end up going with? Yeah, so this is 840 deep, so yeah. Right. Okay, so we've got this bad boy. Where are you going to go? Oh, I don't want a picture. So you're going over here, one extrusion from the edge, and relays pointing downwards. Well, that so you guys can see better. That is thick again, so will be longer bolts. Thank you. Not the very edge one, one over from there. And then this is one over from that. So they've got it reasonably close to there. Right, there we go. Okay, so now we just need to wait for the Vargo bits to go here and mount our bonus channels. Yes, unfortunately one of mine took a bit of a hit during shipping. So we'll have to look at that one. And this one up here is fine. I do have some spare stuff, but I think it's too deep, isn't it? Oh yeah, unfortunately. Yes, it does. we'll just have to make do though, unfortunately. I'm just going to trim it. We'll just have a shorter section here and a section up there. Which is not ideal, but should still keep these cables tidied up. So we need M5 G-nuts. 2, 1 at each end. I know LDO has changed around the packaging. These are no longer, these are just against the edge in my one. They didn't have all of the nice individually layered parts for this beta kit. Just going to put this in the middle. And then maybe I'll get some extra stuff at some point. That's a long one. Oh, have I got a long? Is it a long? It's not. I need very short M5. Oh, 3 by 6 and 5 by 6. Here we are. Fortunately, once all the electronics are tucked away, you don't have to look at them again, so that's okay. As long as they're kept under control, I can handle that. And then this one is just going in the middle of these two. Oh. Last thing we want is to swarf in there. Cool. How are the rest of you doing? Gonna be quite a long one in the end, this one, I think. I guess we're only at 2 hours now, so it's not too bad so far. It's a long way to go. Right, now we're waiting on the Vargo bits. Again. Right. Power switch wiring. We should have a wires that do most of this. Here they are. So we have stubby brown one, which needs to go, I'm guessing, well, let's lay them out just to make sure. So we've got stubby brown, stubby blue. They're going to go from your inlet to your switch. We should then have 3 bundled ones with your live that's brown, neutral that's blue, and your potential earth, which is yellow and green, coming out from there. That's my part of wires that are out. So I'm going to go brown from this one, live from here to here, and a nice fully shielded. So we're going to the top one. Nice fully shielded spade terminals, which is a nice touch. My Casa build currently doesn't have fully shielded ones. It does scare me a little bit sometimes. I need to replace them with fully shielded ones. Fully insulated ones, I should say. Blue to middle. Yep. So neutral to neutral. Cool. Maybe top down is better for this. Right, so as per the diagram. And then there's going to be this one on the end. From a safety perspective, you'll notice that the earth one is the longest pin, so it's the first to engage and the last to disengage, which is good from a safety point of view. And then the brown go here. Yeah, Sparky time, Jake. On you go. It's nice not having to crimp anything. Cool. And this guy will just get poked through here. I don't have the Vargo bits yet, so I can't install the power. That should just click in. Nice. Good. Satisfying click. We need the Vargos because that's what's going to split the live, the neutral, and the earth into the different sections so that it can be done. I am just going to shift this up a little bit though and give myself a little bit more space to work on there. A little bit less space, the 24 volts, but it'll be okay. Well, I guess since we're waiting and everything else, we can do the full shift and move everything even further up. Sat on the floor rebuilding your stealth burner for the upkeep time. Either not enough, so there's still issues with tap that you're having. I just that's the one thing about the Bohr ones. I kind of can't stand the integrated extruders. Like I've always had problems with them. They print nicely when you first assemble it, and then the first time I end up disassembling for whatever other reason, you know, filament jam or something. Yeah, I end up with problems. So I'm just about, Jake, managing to keep up with printing the the parts I need in time for the wiring. Just about, but not quite, and I keep messing things up, which gives me the time I need to do that. The manual could definitely do, the LDO wiring one could do with the position, a dimensional measurement for installing this middle beam. I've shuffled it twice now. Did you deliberately, Joe, design this cable chain thing so that a Vera Allen key fit in the gap? Because it was a nice idea if you did. Shuffle this up a bit more still. There we go. That gives us a bit more space down there. I'll just have to imagine that my cable tray goes all the way to the bottom. Let's put it in line with the bottom of that, and then things can just go at the bottom. Yeah, it perfectly fits. You can still properly torque it. Look, run away, Milo. Okay, we have a layout minus those. We're just gonna have to come back for that. E-stop to Vargo. So Scale made a good point about wiring this first. 2 of the terminals are screw terminals, and they will end up facing downwards where you can't get to them. So you're best wiring them before you install it. Now, cool. So the switchy part of this uninstalls, which should allow us to unscrew somewhere this bad boy and get it through the hole. Need to. There we go. I didn't need to unclip those. Okay, so that little white one is a little lever and releases the clip and allows you to actually put the e-stop through. Right, so e-stop wire, which I don't think, to EXP 24 volts in. I think it's that one. There it is. Knew there was a few wires, so we've got an e-stop here, e-stop live, and e-stop live. So these are 2-channel, so you need to match the 1, 1 and 1, 2 through. You can see, can't see in there. In here, you can see the green and the red thing, so you've got a channel on the left and a channel on the right. So when you're wiring this, you need to wire it to just one channel, not across 2 different ones. That's just the same on both ends. Let's just check they're both NC. The guide doesn't actually specify which one. Connect 12. Ah, there we go. It says 12 and 11. So I sorted. Right. Connect terminal 12 of e-stop to Vargo light terminal. So that will be using the wire with the ferrule on one end and the spade on the other one. 12. So you want to put the spade end in the stop. How's this going to go? It's going to go that way. 12 to Vargo, and then together 11 to the live power supply on the 24 volt power. Okay. So to install the e-stop, you have to unscrew your little thing. Oh, that's the back. No, that's the front. That's correct. Why's my e-stop the opposite side? Interesting. Okay, any idea what my e-stop's on the opposite side to the wiring guide? Yeah, we do. They're selling quick. Interesting. Huh? How? It's always going up on that side. It's not possible for it to be on the wrong side. Oh. Yeah, I didn't mind, but LDO did. Right, so let's just work out the implications of reversing this. Everything should be able to be reversed. Fine. Yeah, I know, bud. I know. If you're just starting, use the LDO guide to print this. Make your life easier. We'll have to do some mods. Remember, I was in beta world. I was just so slow at building. Yeah, I think we can make it work. I don't think this is going to change the length of the routing between anything particularly. Just that power supply. So we'll just have to keep a close eye on that. That's on the middle channel, so that's not going to move. Oh, it's not. It's going to move as well. It's all part of the plan. The Vargo holders will be ready by the time I'm done faffing. think. So what we'll have to do is turn it round like that. Forward as well. Oh man. Okay. Is this going to have any knock-on implications? That can't be there. Gonna be very tight, isn't it, if I flip this around? Let's just see how tight the fit for these is in here. Maybe we can assemble it all back on that side and just have it a bit tight, and then I can swap the E-stop. Location at a later date. Those are the clips. Let's rotate this by 90. Right, there we go, that way around. Possibly we can get this in. We just have to shuffle everything back down. Go away, Xscale. You and your up-to-date printed parts. As much space as we can create. Okay, well it makes us enough room, so we can do it still. It's just going to be a bit tight down here on the power supply. On the plus side, it does mean this channel doesn't look so sillily short in such a long groove of space. Okay, so the good news is all of these problems are not problems in the latest print list. It's just my fault for not double checking all of the LDO printed bits in a bit more detail to see the impact. Did anyone else see where the other one of these bolts fell out and went to? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah. Do we know when Smurf 2024 is being announced? No idea. Is it on the website? Could message them, I guess. Yeah, I'm hopefully we can get full team down for the whole trip next time. It was awesome, the number that we had last time. It really surprised me. I thought it was just going to be me and Jake for the weekend, and then people popped up all over the place. Oh, okay. They decided that that little one was kind of too small. Or just that having something inside Oxford was expensive for everyone going. Right, okay. Yeah, ironically, this now didn't need to be removed. Yeah, I bet it is an expensive venue. I loved how they set up all the fancy table for the dinner and then brought pizza out. Okay. We have now got space for the emergency stop. We can put this bad boy back in over here. To be fair though, Jake, it's all about the after party. These events, it's all about the after party. Right. Where were we? So, we are routing number 12 to the terminal of the Vagu, which doesn't currently have a home. Here. Hit both, not the top. Down that way. Out. Leave enough for the lid to go on. And then the Vagu terminals will live somewhere down here. And this one is going to go to the live on the terminal, so it's going to follow the same route. One through, I'll put you on right at the end one, and I actually have a whole bunch of spare. Live is on this side. My live fork is too big. I feel like they changed power supply options. Is there any spares? Do I have any spares? I don't think I do. We're gonna just trim this off and put a regular ferrule on the end, unfortunately. My spoon is too big, it is. Again guys, beta issues. I didn't see any of the streamers having any issue with the ferrule here. Gonna cover some of my nice label though. Okay, we're back in business. I actually have quite a lot of spare cable. We'll tuck that in up there. Oh, my Wagyu stuff is done. Just in time. Right, shall we... Xscale, did you say 3 weeks ago they had the correct models for these? Maybe I'll go back and get them printing while I'm tinkering. These. History. No. Could you do me one better and just send me the STL from the list in Discord, and save me digging through it live on stream? That would be awesome. The old version of the power supply mount, you know, the one that clips into the side, so that I don't have this flappy one. Then I can get that printing. Cheers, bud. Totally forgot what it was. Oh, yes. Wagyu clips. It's just in time manufacturing this. So you just slide them in from the end. Beautiful. M5, and it will be the long ones again. 10s. Yeah, that's going to be the 10s. Cool. Okay. What's in here? Which way? They had the facing the opposite way. And have it right down at this bottom bit here, in between the two sections. Might explain all of the excess cable I've got. How's my DMs? Thank you. You are a legend. I will grab that now. And if I'm slow enough and mess up enough other things, it'll be printed in time. we have the download. Slice this thing quickly. Ah, yeah, I see the little clip. Cool. Let's just change some settings so that this bad boy prints a bit quicker. Just slicing this little thing. Still like an hour. Slow. This one's the hooks. Yep. Cool. Right, that is printing again. We can go back to wiring. Right. Where are we at? So, attaching these back down. Okay. We should have live, neutral, earth. So we can install those. So I'm going to go to the left hand end for the incoming supply. No real logic there, I just fancied it. If it was acceptable to have all wiring done as Vago clips, I would do that. Live neutral earth. This live one is going to come down and clip into the live supply here. And that just means that the E-stop will cut power to the 24 volts when you hit the E-stop. This wire just needs to route around that. Still got a lot of spare, but I will do. Okay. Okay, do I won't. Yep, see you, bud. Catching back up. So now we've got power. Oh no. I've not put these two in yet. So it's the neutral for the power supply, which I bet is also going to have two bigger forks. Yes. Fun. The advantage of having self-source means I've got so many of these things around anyway. Unfortunately, no spade terminals. All out of those. Under there. And then, yeah. Same story with the the earth. What else have I got left over? It feels a bit quiet. Yeah, still 22 people. Not bad. You must be finished by now at scale, without all of your distractions. Oh, here's the bitter end. Well, it's gonna be a long one, I think. Kiddo's asleep after swimming a good one out. Oh, you're back. Oh yeah, it was earlier you said you were taking the kids swimming, wasn't it, Freddie? Frank? Okay, so we've got the rest of the power wires for the power supply. We've got the E-stop wiring in there. So now we're going to do power supply to expansion board. So that'll be power supply 24 volts to expansion. Connect the end to expansion black and red to the expansion power cable in. So that's up here. 24 volts. Three hours into a 6-hour print. Phil Brothers, you're working through FMJ while I'm waiting, setting up Linux CNC. Ah, cool. So you just you running the install stuff at the moment, or are you flashing the FlexiHal? Right, so this end is going to the power supply to 24 volts and the ground. This bit's going to be quite tight thanks to my current wiring situation of the E-stop. Hopefully we can get it in there. Oh, that slid down. Still sliding. Good news, that gives me more space. Bad news, I definitely need to tighten that up. You're running a Mesa. Nice. Gone straight in there. Have you got prior Linux CNC experience, or do you just jump in with the Mesa board? A bit tight. In it goes. Right. Okay. Main board power cable. Guessing is this one to main board and to 24 volt in. Oh no. Watch me closely, guys. With all those popping out, I put these down backwards. That would not have been a fun time. Jumping straight in. Nice, dude. You have to let me know how it goes. I've not don't really know anyone using the Mesa boards on Milo yet. Yeah, I 100% agree. It's capability-wise, and PNC is where I want to be as well. What I didn't like so much was the price of the Mesa cards, and the fact. Are you running it with a Raspberry Pi, or are you running direct to a desktop PC? I'm guessing with the Mesa card. Desktop PC, yeah, that's the other thing. I didn't like having a desktop PC tied to the machine the whole time. Although I can appreciate the performance gains you'll get by doing it with a fully blown desktop. But, power in will be that one, and positive is on this side. Oh, super tight. Just my e-stop life choices making the angles difficult here. Just tilt this a bit less. Right, there we go. Are we actually in that? I don't think I... Oh, I am. No, I'm not. What? Right. I'm an old PC that drives it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I understand the setup. Yes, I'd start with firmware. At the end of the day, you only actually need to update the control board if you want to go Linux CNC in the future, but the whole pathway to doing it is so much more streamlined that I would recommend it. Get in there. So not so bad once it's actually in. Okay, power into the motherboard and check the polarity. So we've got left hand side is the ground, or 0 volts, and right hand side is the supply voltage, and over here it's left and right as well, plus minus, and plus minus. Cool. Ooh, X motor. Feels like we're jumping quick there. What are these wires for? Right, motors. It is. That's my drink. Cool. Duet 3 Mini should should work. There's no reason why that wouldn't. That's the Z motor. That's not a motor cable at all. That's the Y. This is the X. So for now, I'm just going to post all of these wires through and out, and then we'll connect them to the actual motors when we get to that section. So this end needs to go in here, and we're going to go, I think it goes X, Y, Z1, Z2. So we've got X. And this needs to go into X min, like so. And then you are gonna tap through this hole for me and route down. I think these cables are gonna struggle to fill this. So I'm just gonna go through. Not sure about. It can be tight fitting all of the big shielded cables they've given us for these through there. Poke it through the wire out that hole. Through. One. I'm going to do all the drag chain routing after Y. So the Y doesn't have a end stop on it in the same cable like the other two do. Just going to go from here. We'll have to tuck all of these in a bit. Get in there. Stay in. Y to go next, and I'm going to pop that in the same hole. There's a different one in here. Oh, I don't see that fitting. No, it's not going to fit, is it? I'm just going to go through these for X, Y, and Z here. Right, you do have a... Oh, I've got a few questions. What have I been missing while I was looking down? So, Nasri, new here. Hey dude, or dudette, whatever it is. What would be the price range for fully working Milo without the box? You mean without this box, yeah? The enclosure? I can tell you exactly what it would be in UK monies. Price in the US for one with 3D printed parts, components, and a high quality all metal kit. So you're gonna just want to look on someone like Fabrico Store. They should be able to find out what price it would be. Laser and CNC machines, mini mill. So you are looking, oh, it's turned it into pounds. Of course it has, it's too clever for me. Anyway, check out Fabrico's store. You can see the price there. They sell the full kit and they sell the printed parts. I'm sure they were starting to do printed parts. Anyway, have a look. If not, I think there's a US PIF provider coming soon. You end up about £1,300, £400. You got to remember you need to add a spindle onto the batch 1 kits from Fabrico, but I think they sold out anyway. Batch 2 will have a spindle built in. So a question about FMJs. Are most people doing steel, stainless, alu, and what thickness? So most people are doing 6mm thick. If you're self-sourcing, laser cutting steel is about the same price as getting it done in aluminium. That's just carbon steel, but then you have to spray it yourself. That's what I did for the one in there, and a number of the design team have because we did a batch order. However, the others have gone for stainless, but it's quite a lot more pricey. So I'm just going to pay attention here. So Y into Y min. Y min. Oh, they're on Z now, aren't they? Z into Z min, I'm guessing. Jumped ahead here. Where is my end stop cable for Y? There it is. So Y end stop cable into Y min. Install this. Which one are we going to try and sneak this through with? Try and sneak it through in the same section as the Y. It's a bit tight. Yeah, so spindles will hopefully be available with batch 2 kits. Go on here. Get back in there. All a bit tight on this side thanks to my end stop. Right, so your local laser service offers cold rolled steel up to 1/4 inch and then hot rolled stainless. Sounds good, but it's pricey. Yep, I would. Your cold rolled steel was probably fine. Pretty sure that's what we had lasered, right? YX done, so Z motor. Route the Z motor cable, shown in the last step. Connect Z min to there, and Z motor as shown in the picture. There's definitely a trick here regarding the Zs. Z motor that is 2 after it. Or the weird thing. There is some jumpers I think we need to install on the second driver here. Do that in a bit. Just trying to adjust this routing so the thinner X can go there, fatter wire. I think just sneak in that gap. Yes. So you were thinking 3/8 alu would be equivalent to 1/4 steel. So the LDO aluminium plates are also 6mm. 3/8 would be a bit thicker. It it would be fine. We haven't done a side-by-side performance test yet on the LDO ones, but we expect it to behave quite similarly. Right. Okay. Right, Z motor through. Main board to expansion board. It's PWM. Oh yeah, so here we are. Right, there. This bit was changing slightly. So, I need to remember what we changed this to. It's been updated. Which port are we going from? So, 50 enable to the main board. Can't see on this little screen. Whoop. 50 enable is going on the laser port. So this 5. And I just need to crimp a new connector on the end because I had to cut it off for testing. And then we have 50 speed, which is going in this port. Double check that one. 1 minute, guys. Right. What am I looking for? Chat. Yes, so the speed control wiring is moving to be on the BL Touch port. That's at 5. Fun. I don't know if I have any connectors for that. It's the only ones that they don't provide. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. I must have a connector somewhere for that one. Right. I need to put a fresh 3 on this one. Sorry, so these steps that I'm doing now, you shouldn't have to do it. Oh, it covers my face now. It's only because I was debugging some other issues and decided to chip these out. An ATC would take up quite a lot of real estate. Me personally, I rarely mill the full width of the X, so probably wouldn't bother me too much. But yeah, if you're doing like bigger flat things, then yeah, it would take a lot of the space. Tool. This phone. Everybody's favourite, JST crimping. This is where you'll be very, very glad that you are, if you are doing it yourself, not doing it yourself, that you get a lovely pre-crimped set of wires. You don't have to do these. Nice work, dude. I think I'm going to be a while behind you yet. But I kind of want to just suck it up and do it all this evening. Ah. So I don't know how many of you like or have done much JST crimping before, but by this point in time, I've got fairly quick at it. But I know people hate it. You done? My sort of system for it is I gently place the thing in place, gently squeeze the two long teeth together, so then I can hold the wire free, and then I will crimp those down around the insulation first, and then I'll do the smaller bits around the actual cable itself. All the ones, yep, crimper cramps. Yeah, right, that is done. What I do need to make sure is I get this order correct. But it's down here, so it's 5-volt signal. Signal 5-volt ground. Signal 5-volt ground. So yellow is signal. Volts ground. Ooh. And we're going to put it in the. Oh, why are we looking at the. How are we going to pull that there in the wiring guide? We don't want to go back that far. Main board, attachment board. So they're putting it in this first relay, in this relay in the middle. Oh no. Ah, you did it backwards. Let's get this right this time, so that way up. And the signal needs to be at the top. Right. What are you putting off? Oh, crimping stuff. Always fun. Not. Right. This is the right way around now. And it's going into the laser port. There you go. And then we have this one, which is the one that needs changing. So the 2-wire PWM in will go on this end, and that is still correct. This side I don't think they provided any 5-pin bits, did they? Three pin will do it. That's on a 3-pin. Oh, you don't even need to rewire it. Right. Okay. So just to note, the wiring diagram is still wrong here. The analog. What's that? A scratch. The analog stuff. The analog PWM to analog control needs changed from the diagram that's currently there, but I'm going to message LDO now to fix it. To use the Bluetooth port, because that one doesn't default to on, which just makes things a little bit safer than the laser one, than the other one it was on previously. So the speed has moved and the enable, which I can't see. Yeah, isn't that one? Yes, they did have it on the NeoPixel. That's the one. It's now moved to the BL Touch because the NeoPixel defaults to high, which is essentially 10 volts, and on, which is a bit dangerous if the board has a little wobble or turns on, but has power but doesn't have the firmware running correctly. You end up with sending an on signal, and all it takes is enough noise on the other line, and you can have the spindle turn on when you don't want it to. So we've changed that round. Yes, I'm pretty sure they do, but it needs fixing soon. That. Right. Cool. So that's that bit done. Spindle motor. What's left? Okay. Sorry, I'm just tidying up all these things so that I don't lose everything. Wild, yes, exactly. Wild spinning sharp things equals bad. You are correct. Just tidy up a little bit. Right. Next streams, do the bed. Watch that tomorrow. Cool, dude. Enjoy. What am I doing now? Spindle motor, enable, and spindle control speed. So it'll be this one. So analog out, remote out, this is ground, enable, and speed control. So R out and A out connections in this end. So A out plus, A out minus, pretty straightforward, into the matching ports. come in at all. That one's actually holding the pin this time. That one is not. A little bit tight down here, isn't it? Yes, I will. The new config is already in the works as well. So we've got R out plus and R out negative. Just confirm which ports needs to be other ports next to the VFD later on. So we're on the common. One sec, guys. Just going to cover my face again. I just need to zoom in. Spindle motor. Right, we've got brown in the middle on the common port, and then orange on the normally open one. Yeah. And this will run all the way out to the VFD. Ooh. Right. Apologies for the giant window. We can go back. Oh, we already did the E-stop button. Glad we did that. Time, because that was in the way. Oh no, wait. Jumped back up again. Jesus. Right. That is the tool setter. Tool setter. Coming in. Yes, the tool setter cable is in the Long John kit, if you're trying to find it. I don't physically have that installed yet. So we're going to put the wire in because it's a pain in the arse if you need to come back and do it later with feeding everything through the cable chains. Yeah, you're right. It probably would have. I probably would have picked the wrong one. But we're not going to do firmware today because I need to sleep. It's not too late yet. 11:30. Right, so tool setter. Tool setter. This is going into the Z Max connection. Space there, there is space. Nice. Okay. And then it says put the wire cover on the thing. Why? Okay, that one's the right length for there, so it's going to go on that one. And then annoyingly I need to trim this one due to my earlier notifications. And my broken one that arrived. Quickly saw this. It does cut really, really quickly. Just clean up these ends. Okay. And now the real challenge to see if this one in the middle was still going to clip in, given how full it is. I don't know. What do I do with my bag for these little guys? Oh. There we go. Tomorrow's going to be a very different day from today. I am going to be clearing out and finding a new battery for the camper van and going for a nice walk in the Peak District. It won't be hours spent assembling any machines. Hey, it does still clip on. Nice. Cool. And we're looking not too bad, despite all of my last minute modifications to suit the e-stop position. Everything else sort of squeezed in okay. The brackets for this will be coming at some point, and I'll do the fan underneath when everything else is running as well, just because I have to take it back off. I don't want to be doing it backwards and forwards all the time. Right, let's make some space and get this bad boy back. Back the way up. I will have to flip it back upside down to do the drivers and the various other bits with the control board, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Okay, keep that little manual, and that's the one you need to help you put all the jumpers in the right place. Get all the cables out of the way. Lift out. Try not to use the board as a lever. Spiky. Free all of those cables from underneath. Spin this round. Well. Right, we have the power socket. Okay, so we need the VFD. The second one of these things I got. I love these little guys. They're a really nice little compact VFD. Again, Again, I suggest you keep the manual that came in that box. It will be useful later. This bad boy needs a tiny little DIN rail for mounting. It's mounted on the back here. So, out there I reckon should be okay. Just going to mount it through some of these holes with the M5. Probably the short ones. Yeah, the short ones. No, I want to go in the middle too, I think. Okay, getting there, people. Right, let's just line where this is going to go. I want it to kind of sit. So I've got a bit of space underneath to access these terminals. I'm just going to go about the middle there. Kind of VFD programming. So it's pretty simple actually. There's not that many settings we need to configure on this one. And I think LDO are going to be pre-configuring those settings before it gets to you. So I don't think you have any VFD programming to do if you are buying an LDO kit. So, center it. Oh, please. I don't know why I'm worrying about being centered. But clips hold it pretty tight. Right. Why are you not sitting flat? Let's get it lined up this time before I commit to squidging it down. Good. I really didn't get my DIN rail very little, did I? Properly wonky. Your spirit level or something. Right. It's better. There we go. That's better. I just had the DIN rail very wonky when I got that on. Okay, next part. We got this. So we need an inverter and inverter power cable. Could have done with attaching the other end of this first, really. me back underneath. So those three are not. We have live, neutral, and earth. Connect live brown cable to R/L1. Yes. Top, isn't it? Right, what should we do? So we're doing inverter power cable, so it'll be on the top here. So live is going to go into R1. L2 for neutral, and then live. All in. Good. Stupidly, that's going to be clipping over there somewhere, but it also needs to go back into here, and we need to flip it upside down to wire in the other end. Should have started with the wire end. Nothing, let's do it. The plus side, the VFD and the motor are almost perfectly the same height. Give us a bit to lean this on. I already poked this through, didn't I? And it's a lot longer than I need it to be. A lot longer. Let's go side rather than the end. So poke this through. And I am definitely going to need to shorten that. Wait. Surely. No, because the other ones are big stuff. Right. Okay, I'm going to have to mount some of the routing wires. I'm going to have to cut this, and I don't want to be flipping it back upside down again. And somewhere I've hidden my mouse. It is. So if we go down to the little picture with all of the cable routing things. Ooh, nifty, they've poked one of those wires through. Oh, that's the spindle cable. They've poked through the VFD thing. which we're going to have to unclip the VFD to do, of course. We're actually going to have to undo the whole gin rail to loosen it enough to get that to go in like that. So, smart though. Well, I say that. The cable that my one comes with is too fat to go in the groove. Okay, so I won't be routing mine like that. But I think you guys are going to be getting a slightly thinner cable for the stepper. So you've got, yeah, Fang Yangs are quite well renowned, aren't they? I don't know about the Step Online own branded stuff. Right, so let's start out some of these wire guides. In the interest of routing this cable now in the correct route so we can shorten this length. So I'm just going to put the little Z guides in. It's going to be a longer 5x12. Not 16. What have we got? I think it's probably M5x12, isn't it? Of which we had a lot earlier. I don't know where they are now. 5x16, 25, so it's 12, so there you are. That's way ahead. Let's try a 10 mil. Must be right. So, just installing some of those cable routing parts in the back here. That one though, it's different. This one. Yeah. Except it's too long. Okay. Some of my printed parts in the old versions don't fit as well. What are you going to do for your 1K special? Don't know. Still way off 1K viewers. Check, this printed part doesn't fit in the gap either on the LDO plates. There's a smaller one, I think, a smaller version. for the Z cable chain. Unless I installed the wrong one somewhere else. Ah, no, I did. I lied. It's down here, the one I need. Same, but different. Ooh. Same. Just annoyingly out of sight, but I don't think the down view will catch it. You can sort of see what I'm working on a bit better, but not really. I'm just attaching the cable routing parts over here for the Z so that I can get these cable lengths. This cable length where I have to trim it to be the right length. Although this one actually is just going to go down all by itself anyway. Yeah. It's just cut. So let's go here and into there. 50 power. Just want to leave enough for organising it. I'm 200 away. 200 is a lot of followers. It takes me a long while to get that many. Oh, right. So we got 3. All of the others have been crimped. Put ferrules on, which you're not officially necessarily meant to do with bagos, so not sure. I think I'm going to put them on though, just for consistency with the others. Just remember guys, the LDO fully finished kit should have all these wires shortened to length and so on. Pretty sure the old bagos can't see underneath the little love heart in my chat box what you're actually saying, Joe. Yeah, I don't think you need them on the bagos. Pretty sure the ones that the wire electricians use don't, but the other wires had them, so. Ah, interesting. I feel like someone else on the channel had this discussion recently. So, you're live. Let's just gonna get into the live one. Like so. The neutral into the neutral. Make sure it's all the way in. Okay. And the earth into the earth. Okay, make sure it's all the way in. Nice. Okay. Now completed the wiring. I don't feel like I have. Okay, right. If I pop this off, I should be able to tidy up this a little bit. and get this back on. It can be a happy place because we can't see the bundle of wires hiding inside there. And this is my Y-axis cable chain one. Okay, back the right way on. Right, the only wire I've got left over is this one for the spindle itself. Which is keyed. And I laughed at really making Uber attempting to assemble this. I suspect that's to do with the different standards that are causing that confusion there. So, no. Heat set inset, strike again. Okay, so the spindle cable, just got to get the last mounting point for the cable chain on. Have a look while I'm doing this side of Milo, who now is obnoxiously big and blocking my entire camera view. Honest, I'm pretty happy either way that those connections are not coming out of where they need to be in the bagos. We should be okay. Right. So this goes on here. So it's still very, very hot. It's picture. So I'm just looking at the picture there. How does it work? I don't actually have a cable chain on my one. My wire was too fat for it, and I've got the square spindle. Well, I never got round to designing and printing the shroud. It's meant to provide me the locations for mounting things like this. We need the female side. Of the cable chain. And we need some M3s. See more long. Right, 1, 2, 3. We need green Allen key that has gone walkies. Ah, it's getting to that point in the stream where everything is just turning into chaos. Did I put my green Allen key anywhere obvious, people? What's this one? Basically, for the serialization process, you just need to show us a video of your mill cutting something. Doesn't have to be aluminium, doesn't have to be metal, it can be wood. But it does need to be doing more than just a really basic first cut. So you want to be doing an actual tool path, maybe a facing operation or an adaptive clearing up or something like that, ideally. Right. I seem to remember. So, we install this. Good. Now it's easier to pop these and install the chain first. They should pop off one side quite easily. So if we go onto the phone, you can see, so one edge is a little gap, you can put your screwdriver in and just pop each of these open. Oh, that doesn't want to pop open. This cable is going to go. Walked away. So this cable is going to go up, feed through here. Leave yourself a bit of slack, but not so much it's going to get in the way of other things, like so. And then we're going to end up connecting this end like this. So put this all the way through. And I do also, no, just this on this one, no end stops or anything. Bill, I may just go ahead and mill the stiffeners and get the serial and follow up with the FMJ. Almost operational. Nice, good work, dude. Oh no. I did all of that and then I clipped the wrong way around onto my wire. What a fool. Okay, let's try that again with this the right way around. What I'm also hoping is I don't need to steal any links from this because I think they're the right length by default rather than the printer kit ones we used to get where you had to shuffle the links around to make them the right length in the right place. Right, that's one. Yeah, that would be good. I think we're going to get a lot. I reckon it'll be sooner than 2 weeks. I think some people are very on it. So we're there. Yeah. The printing part. Oh, the holes are on that side. Fine. Right. There and there. There and there. Right. I'm just going to disengage. And I should be able to get around it. So, LDO added this printed bit just to help provide some clipping points for the wires for the Z motor. Just gonna undo these and add those in. How much thickness are we adding? We're adding quite a lot. These long boys, won't we? Right, I would advise doing this without the cable chain in place. Would definitely be easier. Just slowly working my way. There we go. Nice, just helps guide that in there. Now let's dig out that Z motor. So so it should be one with, there we go, a motor connector and a end stop on it. This is going to run here and there, and then cable tied there, and basically connect into the motor and through in up here. So you want your M2 by M2.5s by 8. Yep. I suspect I put my other Allen key somewhere underneath this one. Don't know where it's gone. Anyway, M2.5s and end stop. That's what we're doing. Oh God. M2.5. They're so tight. Running out of steam here, guys. It ended up being a real long one, what, 4 hours? Oh, jeez. And again. Right. Yeah. I wish I did all my electrics in one build now. Ah, my power supply clips are finished. Oh God. Not very strong. Cool. Here we go. So the Z-axis is installed there. It's the only wire going up there, so we can get the cable types involved. I didn't think the electronics would be that quick or easy, but they've definitely been longer than I was expecting. My issue was the table build was too quick and easy, and I finished it in like an hour. Could have called it quits. Okay. So then both of these will go through there, and they're the only things there, so we can cable tie that as well. I've got a V-Core 3 to wire, well, a V-Core to wire tomorrow. Fun, fun, fun. And that is after I go walking in the peaks. Right. There is a lot of length in all my wires here. Come down here, and then the spindle, we have a UVW and a PE. Really see, but basically on the bottom side the labelled wires just go in their corresponding holes. Sunday is your long stream day. I mod for Steve Builds. He gets going and has been known to. Yes. Yeah, he does do some long streams. To be fair, my first build, I had quite a lot of long streams as well. I was hoping not to do quite as long on this one, but yeah, here we are. I kind of wanted them to be easy to follow through. If you were building along with me. Not sure people are going to want to sit through this part of this one, so I might just trim it and leave off the electronics. Maybe find someone else to do a good one of that. Or if I'm really bored, I might take it apart and redo it correctly with the electronics. But that's highly unlikely, because who's got time for that? I will, however, have to shorten some of these wires. How they are just for now. Right. So that is Z done. Again, I need to shorten that wire. Right, we have so if we do the Y motor, that's really short and easy. That just plugs in here. Again, I might shorten some of these, or at least pull the cables back into the housing. Speed control, enable and ground. Okay, so this is the last spindle cable. So what we should have here, and I can't zoom in on the picture. So speed control goes into number 3. Ground goes into SD/5. I hope you can see me doing here. And this one goes into STR. Assembled your XY plate back. I got the amount of times I did the XY plate on my first build, it was unreal. If he's starting it tomorrow, I might try and join for a bit. I mean, US times. So I'll be back here by then, but I won't be staying for 6 hours, because that'll be way past my bedtime on a Sunday. Okay, I've got some definite shortening to do of some of these cables. I think this is because on the beta kit they just wanted to make sure they reach. Right, Y-axis end stop is going to come up. It runs along and underneath the cable chain and is plugged in over here. More of those M2.5 screws. Realised you couldn't see me. Bill, you need to get Steve to ping us with a the start times, and we'll put it in Millennium Media so that people don't miss it. If he's starting Milo tomorrow, anyway. So I'm just installing 6 UK time. Bill, ping me a link and a thing if it's not there, and yeah, the time, because I'll forget by then, and I'll put it in the media channel. Cable ties. Ugh, these cable ties taste disgusting. Don't put them in your mouth. Yeah, ping me in Discord, that's fine. Either that or a DM in Discord, either's fine. I'll accept your DM request. So I think audio did a little printed part for holding that in its place. It's just this. I will need to check that. That's what that's for. Any smart people looked at what this one's for? I think it's to help guide this. Help guide the Y axis. But I'm not certain. Right, you can't see, so I'm just installing this down over here. Right by the front here, just to help guide this underneath the Y-axis cable chain once it's installed. Might be that way. Oh, dropping these in here. Oh no, they're too long. $10 mils it is. To be fair, all things considered, even though we've had a lot of faffing with wiring this thing in, it's still a lot quicker than my first round of wiring, which I think took me days. Cable tie time. I suspect I've lost most people by this point. Bit long. How are we doing? Still 20 people. Surprising. Cool. Oh, 20 past 12. Way past my bedtime. I'm an old man these days. Right. Well, I didn't have that much extra on it. Okay. I'm just going to reinstall the the Y-axis cable chain holder, which I removed because I had them the wrong way around. I'll fix that. Where did I put this? M3 bar. Go on, there you are. So just might be able to see what I'm doing down here if I move this a little. Yeah. So I'm just down here putting in the Y-axis cable chain holder. All these little bits that I was scared of breaking before. Offline, I'm going to have to shorten all these cables. You'll get the idea. The LDO cables have all been shortened and cut to length in the new versions, I'm pretty sure. In fact, people have been saying they're like just enough length, which is almost too short. But obviously, in the beta version, they went long. Why are you not getting in? What? It's got to say you need to prove you're you. Wonderful. We have to swap to this bad boy. It's slipping a bit. Right. We're nearly there, guys. Those of you that are stuck onto the end, we've got what? The Y-axis and X-axis cables to feed through the chains. And then we are done. Right. A bunch of chain links. Right, actually I'm going to do the X first, because then I can route all the wires back. Which one of these is longer? We can route all of these back, and hopefully shorter one is the one I want for you. Which one is shorter? By one. Yep, so we're going to route everything back through the X first so that we can get the lengths kind of right on the table. Because once they're all in there, it's an absolute pain to shuffle the wires all the way through. Okay. Take this around so we can see the appropriate parts. So working over here. Just winding it back a little bit so that we can get into the end stop. Over on this back end. All my wires all the way around. So over here we've got end stop, and we've got connected to the motor. This is the X-axis motor. Now, if you remember the wiring for this, sorry, I just had to adjust my lead screw. You will. It was just a bit touching. So I'm just going to show that. So if you remember, the wiring for this has to go all the way along the Y, back on itself, and then across the X. So we're just going to let the wires sort of follow the route they're going to go now, and then we'll plug them in. So this is your X. It's going to go along there, across the top, round that, and then plug in over here. That. And the switch, do get this the right way up. You want it to go downwards so that it touches the so it touches the carriage. Yeah. Nice. Right. Definitely have to edit this into a shorter wiring section. Clean up the mess a little bit. Okay. Okay. Wire's going to go in that cable chain. Okay. Round and in that cable chain. And then back up that way. So, right. On it. Oh, before I do that, remember the tool setup also needs to come up to here. That does not seem long. Right. That's the tool setter cable needs to come up onto there. Oh, we have to extend that one, I think. Interesting. Okay, tool setter is going to go on the outside for now then. Right. Clip on. Good. And then that through, and then clip it on. We probably just going to wind the axis all the way along so we have the longest configuration of the cable chain. Okay, so I need to take any links out. Here. So, no, need links in. Borrow a few from here. 2 links. Oh. So, yeah. There. I can run that all the way along. Clip all of these in. I'll just push a little bit more slack through than I've got here. Pulling a tiny bit on the motor. There we go. I'm wondering whether I want to go underneath just to make sure that this gets out of the way of the main switch. Right, then you need to cable tie under here and along underneath the X table, which can get a little bit fiddly. Okay. There are some little holes which are quite hard to see down here. These, you kind of need to poke it in and scoop them back out from the back. Okay. Can't really show you these because they're awkwardly tucked down in here. Basically, don't miss the two cable tie points that are underneath the X cable. You might be able to see a little bit from here, they're just down here. One minute. We'll trim them all back in a minute. Now this is going to go back under here and back over that way. Inside this cable chain. So we'll flip all of those open. And the only thing left to route is this tool setter, which is a bit short to have internally at the moment. I'm probably going to replace that wire with a longer one. I'm hoping they have lengthened that. I know it's kind of meant as an add-on, but given that it comes in the kit, I'm hoping that the kit wire that you guys will get is long enough to just go all the way through in one go. No, I'm not going to finish and start it tonight. I haven't got any of the firmware ready. So I will be starting it maybe tomorrow evening, but probably some point later in the week. Nothing else needs to go through here right now. What I did do on my build is there's a point where this would have just gone under there, hasn't it? Cut that wire and stop wire underneath there. Just keeps it underneath and out of the way. But no, I'm just going to get all the basic wiring done, which basically involves just finishing this bit I'm doing right now, and then I'm going to be done. And yeah, it will be quite expensive in Norway. I don't know, is there any LDO printer kit suppliers in Norway? Resellers? Because if there is, they can apply or ask LDO and buy some kits, and that's probably your best bet, to be honest. I'm dealing with the import duties just in one country. Click in already. Just having a bit of fun trying to click this in. That's the right way. What's making this so difficult? Still on the outside. In you go. Oh. It's just so much more awkward to do once it's got a cable in. No, that was so close, that one. Why won't you click? Oh. Okay, so that is the Y chain clicked in. Definitely a lot of cable tidying and shortening to do there. But, that's neater. Okay, right. Oh, sorry, got distracted there for a while. How's it going in the real world? Just check my chain reaches, which is looking like it should. What's going on? You're looking at Norway. Cool. Yeah, exactly. LDO kit's probably the cheapest way to go for Norway. You'll only pay the high prices to one supplier, not to every single one. Cool. Right. Alright, so I think we are done. Now, there's a few cable ties to cut short, and there is this tool setter cable, which is I want to route in the thing, so I'm going to have to replace with a longer cable. I'll double check if to be fair, we could just put the tool setter over here, couldn't we? let's do that. I've just gone this whole cable chain onto here now. Infuriating. If I put the tool set on this side, they've done, then the wire is actually long enough. That. So much regret getting this one clipped in now. Go on, unclip. All that time spent getting that in, and then I decided to unclip it. Sorry, so I assumed that the tool set would be on the left hand side because that's where I put it. They've got the shorter wire and got it over here on the right, so let's just... Oh no, that's not going to work very well because it's going to have to be loose. Okay. Not doing that. Right, tomorrow we're going to extend the tool set a wire. Right guys, let's call it a day then. Put this X back in. It's wire back in, sorry. Yeah, call it. Right guys. That is the wiring done in theory. I am going to go back, and because I got the beta kit, all my wire lengths aren't quite right. I'm going to trim down some of these and just tidy this up probably off stream, and sort out a tool set of wire that's long enough to get over to there. And then yeah, hopefully at some point, either tomorrow, probably next week, with all this wiring tidy up I've got to do, we'll get it up and running. Thank you guys, sorry for the long one. I hope you enjoyed it. Bye.